Hello everybody, my name is K-Sawk, and what you're going to be watching here is a cut down version of my 24-hour stream. Now, YouTube doesn't save streams that are over 12 hours long or are over 256 gigabytes, which unfortunately my 24-hour stream broke both of those rules. So now I have to take the recap that I was able to record that was on my computer and upload that separately in different chunks. So please like and subscribe, and I hope to see you again sometime soon. Thanks everybody. Bye. Oh shit. Oh. So, we're witnessing Ameritine culture. That's nuts. Whoa, okay. Explore the facility. The device is reminiscent of an aetherite. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. The man stands dutifully by the aetherite-like device, a guide for this facility and on likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees you or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elidibus warned, it appears your form is intangible. This is the right place, yes? Propylaeon? Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called Propylaeon. You attempt to gently prod the woman as to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and it seems rather does she. Neither does she. Ah, there you are. Hello? The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half-mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorum in the recreated Amarant. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. Was that door there before? I thought that was just bare wall. You suspect the door leads outside, but how to open it?
And here we are, Elpis.
Oh?
Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor? Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
Is that Van Daniel?
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary?
Emmett Selk.
Tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous.
Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Sassy as ever.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
Is that Elidibus? Or is that Fandaniel?
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words.
That's cute.
Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
Oh boy.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
What a nice callback. But beyond that,
You may open.
excuse me, what the fuck is going on? Whoa! What the fuck?
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings. I am Hythlodaeus.
Hythlodaeus!
The architect.
Oh my god.
Beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14.
Wait, we're actually meeting Hythlodaeus. For the third time! Hold on, I need to take this in a little bit. Hythlodaeus. He's actually here. What? I'm more... I was thinking he was one of... Oh, wait, he doesn't have the red mask of an Asian. That's right. Okay. Hythlodaeus.
And how
Nemetselk.
you, my new friend?
Ira? Varian?
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then.
Okay.
What brings you here?
I want to learn about Elpis.
Well now, the same as us.
Huh.
Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
Sure, we'll go with that.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend.
Why is Hythlodaeus so hot, though?
And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Nemetselk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
I'm still taking this in.
Suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about.
Hey, I'm a dude. I use he, him pronouns. Please refer to me as such. I am not an item. Please don't call me it. That is not my pronoun. Please.
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge.
Whoa. Argo? Heidelin!
This presence.
What was your name before? Oh my god, Oop. Fucking... Oh my god, axolotls? A harpy?
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Me or Hermes? There's Aetherites here! No. Teleport. In case you didn't know, it's rude to stare. Stop.
This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour. Perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allowed us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. Excuse me. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. There's 3 fucking Aetherites here. Ooh, a present. Hythlodaeus is looking you up and down. Now then, our friend Hermes. Aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emet wishes to keep a low profile for his errands, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. No. No, in that case, Emet? No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. This place is fucking gorgeous. Are these things docile? Oh no, they are not docile. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Patulidae. Petalidae. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Patulidae first. Good luck! So one of these things? There's one. Maybe I should pick a different colored one. Ooh. That one's pretty. Here we go. I got it! Hythlodaeus, I got it! You've caught the Patulidae. Come, come, let's see. Duly weakened and carefully bound, this Patulidae is destined to become clothing. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. Now for a spot of reversion. There! It's ready! It's nothing fancy. but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. Won't someone be angry with us for just reusing those creatures? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off, and besides, we can always make more Protulidae. They need only a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. A fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. K-Sawk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. The question is whose? Ah, of course, Asm's. If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence? For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Ooh! Definitely going to, definitely going to make a glamour out of that. But, for the time being... There we go. Let's see, which would be the best? Oh no, those are blue, fuck that. Those might work. There we go! In search of Hermes. Hythlodaeus is ready to continue on if you are. If you are ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to pinpoint us in the direction of Hermes. Run! Philomethes Notos. There are ether currents here. Yes? Can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask, I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Thlodius, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emetzelk and I can discern color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our ocals up, a special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Well, I am going to nab this etherite here. Alright. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and to grab some food, so I will be right back. Alright, everybody. I have returned with my soup. My good soup. And I just need to let it cool here for a bit, because it is very hot. Alrighty. So, we gotta look by bodies of water. This seems to be one. Ah! They have such funny faces. Hello? Hermes, sir?
You are...
Oh,
Well, aren't you a cutie?
different. You're different too.
Mm-hmm.
You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
Yeah?
Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
Yeah. Of course. Also, this soup's cold.
Ah, I see you found him.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I was focused on my soup.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Amer Selk at your service.
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
Bind? Bump into.
Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
That dumpling was frozen. Shit.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I'm gonna have to reheat this when the next opportunity arises.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
Is that why you sprouted wings on...
If we have finished with
what's it called?
chit-chat, I would discuss official...
On Zodiark.
By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amystoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
Huh.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Thank you. You are very adorable. Excuse me. This is some very tall grass. Hermes? Hermes? Are you here, Hermes? Hello? Oh, there you are. Hello. Adventurous Ambystoma. Seems Hermes and Mateon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an Ambystoma. Yet, though has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The Ambystoma! Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine. If a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ugh. Hermes, are you alright? Quite right, quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Mateon. Both you and, Ira. Call me Ira. Ira Varian, you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no, I had forgotten all about its fellows! Truly, what a relief. I must thank K-Sawk and Hythlodeus when I return to them, but first with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Alright, I will be right back again. I need to reheat this soup. Hello, hello everybody. I have returned to continue talking with Hermes. He seems like a nice guy. Having found the wayward ambystoma, Hermes is the picture of relief. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnorisis. Anagnorisis. Alright. Let's see, where's the mouse? There it is. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambystomas are safe and well. I'll presently send them back to their space, if you would go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Not looking too hot for your, convocation application, huh? Actually, hold on. Let me talk to Mateo and Mateon. Some creatures stay outside. Others stay at Ctesis, like the ambystomas. Here we go.
This appears to be the place.
Is that so?
And here is where we part ways.
Why is that?
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force?
I would like to see you try, you bitch. There are reasons I cannot speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to his attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps. But I believe he can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
Yes, sir. Hop, hop. Why do I get this? The head of the table.
It's finally happened, then.
Oh, fuck. Knocked the microphone.
Van Daniel has declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. and above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis?
Huh.
Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance.
I've heard these words
In our
before.
finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Sure. Alright, Mateon. Let's take a little stroll, huh? I'm sorry, Ira. I didn't mean... a walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk? Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun. Come on, let's do this. It will be, it will be. Where to start? Ah, yes. Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetherite. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Mateon is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed the quest objectives. Okay. Discuss the Aetherite. Ah, the Aetherite. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or other isles. For that you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Okay. Memnon. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the ears and tail of a beast. I assume you are familiar like Mateon. Is there something you need? This is Ira. Could you teach him about Elpis? Ah, a newly arrived familiar is he. Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here, in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other places. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your masters well, and be good. You hear? We will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from? From a place from a place far, far away. Then I probably don't know it. I don't know much about other places. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power! I haven't told you about it! A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Okay. There you are. A hornbill. Or no, a shoebill. Oh, this creation is perfect! But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power! I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait, I'll try again, with you this time. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I am not actually speaking to you in your mind, rather you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good! Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Fighting, I guess. Oh, fighting! That must mean you're strong! Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. Oh, it turned around.
Good soup. Very good soup.
I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Euthane. Euanth next. She's usually in a small building. One on the west row. Why do I have a feeling that something heartbreaking would happen to Mateon? I don't like it. Nope. Well, if it isn't Mateon, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Euanth. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Ira. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat, Mateon. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Ira. I wanted to show you my favorite thing, that I could ask about yours, but I failed. Tell her what you like. Ooh, that's what you like? Yes, I can feel it, your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Ira. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? Okay. Alright. Hopefully this is voice acted. No. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Mateon good. Ira wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Mateon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emetzelk and Hethlodius will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylaeon. There's no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy his presence brings Meteion, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Ira is kind, really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming, of course. To watch Hermes? You're bound to learn lots and lots and lots. Doot, doot. Cool. Whoa. That's fucking cool. Alright, hold on. I'm keeping that. Hermes? Composure regained. Hermes is ready to return to his duties. Well, if everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambystoma. Have care when you step outside the hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. I can no doubt spend a lot of time here. This place is beautiful. Beautiful brass in the music here. This here is a new species of Petulida we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If we can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It's the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magical or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. Excuse me. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. To the beacon! Yeah, nowhere close. Is that the beacon? That is the beacon, okay. Very big. Large. Ah, yes. Lightning Pneuma. Just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift toward a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Mateon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Pneuma? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Interesting, you're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the ambystoma? Target missed. Oh. Target missed. Fuck. Here? Okay. Good soup. Perfectly done, Ira. Look. See how they gather to feed? How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petulida, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Mateon a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Up here? Ooh, looks like there's a cutscene down there. A Goobu!
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Let me eat my soup. Quit having really short lines. Oh.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Enteleckies. Like me.
Excuse me, what?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms.
A happy little accident, huh?
Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
My question is, though, if they have no way to measure that, how did Nadana know this? How is this a theory?
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Ooh, that's a cool name.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
Okay.
That's me! That's me! An Entelecki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Okay. Impressive.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter, on account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Atheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it.
I was about to say. That Atheris sounds like ether, so maybe there's a similarity.
However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
Oh! So we're talking like matter and dark matter kind of thing. Okay.
More abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue this stream with the vigor of a raging river...
Yeah, no, this is really fascinating. I love concepts like dark matter. Now I love hearing about it, so this is really hitting home with me.
Not that I have such grand ambitions.
Oh, come on. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to everybody.
Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
There we go.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So, are we the same? Entelecchies.
If I'm thin, it's because FFXIV didn't do a proper job.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
Ooh, snappy.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis.
Oh, okay.
And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear, I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Alrighty. Quest complete. Just texting some family real quick. All right. The greatest contribution. FFXIV appears to be deep in thought. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there's an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. Excuse me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why FFXIV was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. Ahem. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Oh, I would love to hear about your misspent youth, sir. What now? I want to learn about the convocation. If you would accompany us, I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field, or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Matron, specialist in aquatic life, Logriff, the specialist in terrestrial life and husbandry, Halmaret, specialist in fungal and plant life, Emerololth, specialist in medicine and healing, and Lachabrea, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there is Ultima, advocate of the arts, Egeorm, champion of enlightenment and rhetoric, Pashtoro, preserver of discipline and order, Emet-Selk, keeper of the ethereal realm, or underworld in the vernacular, Fandaniel, pursuer of extant phenomena, and Azam, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. What, should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly, even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. I'll tell you the tale when we're away from sensitive ears. Thank you, Hythlodeus, you're a friend! My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main aisle and head north. Main aisle up north. Got it. How many more locations do I have to unlock in this? 2 more? Oh, maybe I haven't started unlocking the ether currents here yet. Maybe that's why it's not showing. 196 yalms to the west. Got it. $119 yalms to the west? Is it up there somewhere? To the northwest. $65 yalms to the north? Is it behind this building? I definitely hear it. There it is! There it is, Elpis. So we got one more location. Oh wow, they really did stunt the number of ether currents around the areas. Oh, hello. I understand there is a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths! Transform? You don't know, but of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort, it's just that when transformed I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emet-Selch, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind? Hythlodaeus? Hi, Hythlodaeus. Emet-Selch is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emet-Selch train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be! As I mentioned before, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Ira, I want you to go to Emet-Selch. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck! With the chat mode and say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter the phrase containing "I have a favor to ask," to indicate to Emet-Selch that you have a request. Okay. Yeah, keep running. Excuse me. Oof, that soup really hit the fucking spot. Woo! Ah, there you are. I have a favor to ask. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh, I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emmett Selk. Please. Emmett Selk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
Yes, I am.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Mateon, you are very scary and very threatening. Good job.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Come on, you great Emmett Selk.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Let's.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend.
Sounds like he could have gone for the seat of Asim if he really wanted to.
A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate FFXIV to no end, but much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you.
I wonder why.
I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Your pet?
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to FFXIV? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Sure thing, buddy. Do 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 do. Nope. What I want is underneath you, I'm guessing. No. Slash wave. Emerging from his reverie, FFXIV notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Ira and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive! I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies! Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Shit, I got a text. Okay. Hermes? I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorisis for now. Hello? I've decided to open a shop to keep my little creation fed. My wondrous wares can be yours for the right amount of bicolor gemstones. You now access the region's gemstone exchange, trade bicolor gems. Okay. Petulita scales. Huh. That's cool. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Hythlodius gets it. And level up! Cool. I'm tired. Leave me be. Something seems to be weighing on Hermes' mind. Okay. Tell me, Ira, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis. Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby Occupities, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Occupities were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork's in order. Where's the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait! Oh boy, okay. If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Quest accepted. Depends on how far out it is, but we might be able to get that aetherite if we just keep heading east or west. Northwest, up on that thing maybe? Dun 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 dun. Up there? Oh shit. Okay. I guess we'll have access to that at some point. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emetzelk and I will research the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Ira. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Another aetherite, I guess. Bridge. There it is. The 12 Wonders. I wonder if this has to do with the 12. Grips. Some kind of griffin? Proto-griffin? Sorry, Mateon. I'm going to ignore you and go straight to the aetherite. Pegasi. Okay. Alright, I'm coming back, Mateo. Mateon. Fuck. I'm terrible with names. There it is, the 12 Wonders! Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Mateon is now accompanying you, okay. Dark-haired man. Blonde-haired woman. blonde-haired man. Doros! That's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Mateon, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaonis, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Ctesis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with. As you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered Occupites. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released. Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycaons will threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh state, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The Chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive. And potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pashtarat may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits. To prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things. I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all of creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Lycaons. Lycaons? Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report. We may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emet-Selch may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. What are you feeling there, Mateon? To man, other things are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Oh shit. I'm running very low on space. Let's see. Stash those away. Stash those away. Add that there. Running out of room here, too. Put that there. Put that there. Put that there. Okay. There we go. You needn't be an Enteleki to feel the weight bearing down on Hermes. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Mateon? Are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Ira. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Mateon in your care again? I don't mind at all. I'm in your debt. If you'll excuse me. Nice. Mateon? Can you help me with something, Ira? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most. Of all the creations in Elpis, most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. Alright. Sure. Alright. How about these? Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Ooh, so big and bright, I love them! But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Okay, I see what you're looking at over here. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Excuse me. A familiar plant. This thing's gonna attack me, isn't it? Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a coneon! A flower that can move! When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Ira, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Junction? You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Ira, something big! Huge! Oh? Oh, no, I don't like the look of that. Malodorous grass. The terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is a morbo-like creature before you. It's an Adonis! The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are in the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Ira? Would he like it? No. It's probably not the good sort of memory. Not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Ira, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Alright. Lush fields. With how fucked Final Fantasy XIV is, they're gonna pull some whack-ass shit on Mateon, I know for sure. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Aw, there's nothing! The shiny thing over there! What could it be? Oh. More of these. Oh, fuck. I pressed a button on accident. More of these Elpis. Ooh, Elpis flowers! They're here too! Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're Entelechies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I dare say I have a few. You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside you? I want you to make the flower dark. In front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place. Since before he created me, he needs to know that he isn't there alone. The others are sad too. Truly? You'll do it? Thank you, Ira, thank you! It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Oh, got a message. Alright. Note here. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they finished.
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company.
Meteon, okay.
Salk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
Mm-hmm. Whoa.
May we talk a moment?
Hello. Oh boy. Can I take a moment to simp? Whoo! God, those eyes. Hello.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will. And when they depart, it is always beautiful.
That's not the case, is it?
Perhaps it is. But only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering. Confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this? Aberration! Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. Owen asked what you thought as he kneeled beside the Elpis. Or if he only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Glad I could be of service.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one.
I've been told that before.
The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
Balls of gas burning brightly?
Far to tell. Each glittering light could be a world not unlike Ethereum.
Ah, okay,
A
yeah.
world filled with life.
That too.
So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters.
Sisters?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one would
Wow.
expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it.
That's fucking
I have
impressive.
faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let's head back.
Wait a second. Does the next expansion then, or something in the future, Meteon or one of her sisters will come back and tell us that there's habitable worlds out there with intelligent life?
All right.
Interesting. Very interesting. Hermes? Hermes appears solemn and sorrowful. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emet-Selk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted-purpose hazardous lifeform. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures, and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off, then. We return to the main aisle. Alrighty. Let us return to the main aisle. Ooh, hello. Don't mind if I do. What happened here? Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had bound them with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last one is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Ira will handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Mateon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes! The Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you their pain. And mine. This is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent in helping, then please, follow my lead. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened, may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Might as well help out here.
Now.
Nice weapon. You don't like this, do you?
Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
So much compassion.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
At least you're honest about it.
Hermes! Please, don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Well, the other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet, never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? I don't know what answer he's searching for, or if it's within our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine Fandaniel, and if he rejects us out of hand, we will all be lesser for it. Hythlodaeus wishes to discuss plans for the remainder of your visit. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist? Then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Ira? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful! Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head toward Anagnorisis. So let's just, boop, boop. Make things a lot easier. Come on, hop over it. Hop over it. There we go. I am gonna have to grab some water soon. I need to hydrate. Hydrate before I dihydrate. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notonius. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? That's cool. Here we are, Notonius. This teleporter will take us to Calamelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
Right, let's begin by... Well, well, an Arrhaeus. How delightful.
Hello. Whoa.
And what, pray tell, is that?
That That's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but again, I couldn't deny their passion. So here we are.
Oh, hello. Heidelin!
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
Oh yeah, her name was Vana. The lady who eventually became Heidelin.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azer.
Oh.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
Oof.
A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Huh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Whoa!
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
Of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Sounds rather like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
Well, that's a guilty face.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
Well,
Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
because you're an asshole.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it.
I mean, we do meet. In the future, several times.
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. I'm quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Alrighty, cat's out of the bag. I mean, I understand how true it is in this situation, seeing as I'm Mikote and everything, but damn! It's really out of the bag now. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. Excuse me. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please! Even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor, just in case. Could I ask that you join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Alright. Search for the concept crystal. Hello? Crystal? Are you there, Crystal? Not around here. Oh, there you are. Alright. We found it, now we just gotta make our way back. I got it, Vina. Our last searcher returns. I am afraid the Arrayus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. A scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept. The crystal! Well done! Wonderful! Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been asked to do so. Oh, you too! Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet, I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Venar is in a cheerful mood. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. Oh, that's a bed. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Wait, that whole place? Holy shit! Alright, now to climb up this hill. Over here? Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Alright.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
That's good.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit.
I travel very heavy, and it is a problem.
There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
So Zodiark's dead. The world has been sundered, broken into shards.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
It's quite the long story. Ah, so we're going right up to this.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous.
Yeah, you tell me.
Venar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did.
Good question.
Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin?
I don't know, buddy. Honestly, I really don't know.
Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
Maybe there's some importance to having Hythlodaeus here?
Note also that Heidelin did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle. And we'd...
Oh shit, I thought he was finished talking.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, My first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our work is undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amerot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory.
Yeah, exactly. Explain it to me, bitch.
Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emet-Selch! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Hermes and Meteon are somehow involved.
Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say?
Yeah, I mean, there's no other reason why I would spend so much time with them.
If the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action.
I couldn't agree more.
The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Thank you.
Have faith. If Emet-Selch is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Nope. Definitely not for me. So, shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried-and-true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Alright, I am going to go grab some more water, because I'm dehydrated as shit, and I will be right back. I'm not even going to put the be right back sign on the stream, because I'm literally just walking out to get water. So, just gonna head out here. Do. Oh, damn, those grapes are so good. Ugh. All right. Oh, water tastes good, too. All right, Vena. What do you have for me? See you the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic to you. Hello? Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. The following events cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any... Okay. Yes. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Miss Vena. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he's an authority on flying life forms, and has an expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person? As a colleague? He's a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteon been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day, she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon. I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us. We seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. So she's basically the owner of this Airbnb. Come, Myra, I think we've taken enough of his means time. Vana? Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with resident observers, if you could track down the colleague Yasmin mentioned. Although I felt compelled to take the reins of that previous conversation, your fearless style of interrogation will eventually lead you to the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once we've finished speaking with this Timaeus. Over this way, somewhere. Yes, I'm Timaeus. But please keep your voice down, you'll startle the birds. Alright. Begin asking questions. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert on flying creations? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in, and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a young boy. Okay. Fuck, I forgot I had to keep it concise. Then why don't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators, even now with so many varieties in existence. I'm just checking Discord. The flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon too is a marvel, then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties for one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect the duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? There we go. Somewhere around here. There you are. Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new tidings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Vana is musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the entelechies which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey the stars in search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Excuse me, that burp was weird. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning? Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose that we take ourselves to Peripeteia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Go ahead and check my Discord chats. All right. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripeteia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. For some reason, RNG really likes this mount today. You have questions for me? Certainly, just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. I'm guessing I have to wait for a while. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should have sufficient data for your official records. No shit. Shut up my alarm clock! Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project? And by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner and fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I would like to hear. Vana? Mistress Vana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject at Metabaseos Thalasai. Talasai. Metabaseos Talasai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vana, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azam. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say that there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. Cool. There's a Twitter notification. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabaseos Talasai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Mistress Vinar, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two put out on the upper Skyway. Thank you. Whoa! Holy shit! Doesn't even... Oh. Huh. This place is really pretty. I wonder what's out on this end. Just a bunch of clouds? Okay. I wonder if I can fly this high. Mistress Vinar, I was not told to expect... We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
Ah, voice acting.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Physically? Yes. Socially? Eh. It's more beautiful here.
Elpis is a place of exceptional beauty in this age, so it may not make for a fair comparison.
That's probably true.
While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
I thought we went over that already.
Momentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Well, I've been on dates with very important people. A couple of them dignitaries. There was one time when I went on a date with a sultana, which is a very the top leader of the group. I also went on a date with a military with Sir Emeric, who is a very strong knight, and he's a hottie. He's definitely a hottie. Way shorter than me now is, but if you shrink me down to my normal size, then it'll be the same.
could have been there to see it.
Yeah, I bet.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. Passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility. Built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
Oh no.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Yeah.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon, you witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather.
Matea?
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well,
Hmm.
that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
Okay. So, the fact is there's probably intelligent life somewhere out in the universe. I have a couple of different ways of thinking how this is going to go down. One of the things is Vina, through Hermes' help, ends up finding out that that bunny race exists out there. It's either that bunny race was artificially created by Vina, or Heidelin, or they were found in the universe and they were brought over to the moon in order to help work on the propulsion system and the moon jet and whatever. But another thing is that to this day nothing's come back, but there's going to be one that's coming back very soon. And so those are the two options that I have. I need to check Discord. Alright.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Okay, so, my current plan is I will actually go until my stream timer says 25 hours. We spent the first hour waiting for the queue to pop. So, or for to get into the game. So, that first hour technically doesn't count. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to 25 hours, so that's a total of 24 hours of playing the game. I'm going to go to about noon my time for this stream. And that'll be the end of it. I'll get to the next good stopping point, and that'll be the end of it. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Hopefully this is going to be the last one of this stream. And we're just going to steamroll through as much as we can go through while enjoying the story. So, I will be right back. Let me find a good place to stop. From one asm to another. Alright, everybody. I'll be right back. Oh, hello, hello. I have returned once again. And right at around where we have 2 hours left. So, let us continue this. Excuse me. Alright, Vana. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his work research to others. Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Alright. Boom. I'm a unicorn! I like how this hair falls over to the side just perfectly. Okay, I'm keeping this. I'm a horny motherfucker. Worthy of his back, Vana has a new course of investigation in mind. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metia. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle that she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Ba 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 da da ba 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 da da ba ba. No, thank you. I will leave you alone. Just do not hurt me, please. No. Okay, vantage point. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Not yet, no. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos! Hey, I know you. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Ira here over to that island? Stubborn creature, there's no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Your before meaning my after. Not all that confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. To demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Keep running as to not draw attention of those big horned beasts. Ooh, an ether current. How nice. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Level 88, oh shit, okay.
Let neither side hold back.
My blade sings!
Oof. Damn. Alright, I'm gonna try this at super easy. 'Cause that shit was hard.
Let neither side hold back.
My blade sings! My blade sings!
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
I'm liking this boss fight music.
Have a
haste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Oh! That's cool! Why can't I do that? I want to switch my class in the middle of battle. Although none of my classes would probably even be close to being able to perform at her level.
Prepare yourself. Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
A DPS check? Thelema Agape. I'm gonna have to get rid of those first.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
She Prince Noctis?
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Yeah, I'm way too tired to deal with that on harder difficulties. I am incredibly exhausted. This has taken a lot out of me, but this is really fun.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Argos.
I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Whew, okay, let's keep moving forward. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the meteor made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion, that we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. A flower upon your return. Vana has Argos and his double at heel. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the side, over to the isle. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Yes, let's ride. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? No, it's something... Ah! Nostiferon. Quite a striking specimen, I think. Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling at the last moment.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
It's called the Echo, I'm pretty sure. You gave me the ability to.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
Will Argos going to be about sometime soon? Maybe.
Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
So, are we learning how to utilize the Echo on command?
Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit.
If we can end up using the Echo on command, that'll be nuts.
But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Hmm.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
Oh. Baby.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet...
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill.
Yes, that is exactly what I meant.
We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
Okay.
It would not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
No, that wouldn't be good. Whew, okay. Well, there are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Ctesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in These names are gonna fucking kill me. Ethoselecticos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Ira, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Ctesis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area was stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poitin Oikos. Just gonna yoink. What are you guys saying in Discord? There we go. I just said I'll upload a short or something in Discord, but I think I'll go ahead and do that now. Hold on. Upload, not a video. Upload, create a short. I have been playing Endwalker for 23.5 hours, and I'll be making it to 25 before the end of the stream. For 23.5 hours. And I'll be making it to 25 before the end of the stream. All right. Short uploaded. That's it. That's my content for the day. Alright. This appears to be the teleporter Vinod told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Yes, proceed. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have authority to use it as you wish. Excuse me. As for the way, the Catesis Hyperborea, if we follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Or we'd follow this path, then turn left at the crossroads. Nice. Left at the crossroads. Whoa, okay. That's a big building right there. Woo! Just talking shit about you. Yeah, I figured. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes's whereabouts. I think the sleep deprivation is starting to cause me to slur my words. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hey, you two. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. I mean, we figured that out as well. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the Chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. You've seen bigger buildings in this game before. Fuck you, it's impressive! Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. Illustrious. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents in the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodius's sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which, in turn, leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. I thought you said you're never gonna talk to me again, Emmett Selk. Fuck you! You piece of shit! Asshole, bitch! Ugh. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. You're still an asshole. But thank you. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. You're a piece of shit, Emmett Selk! Hythlodius is eager to find Hermes. I am too! I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next isle over. Median is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Myopsies Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Alrighty. No, thank you! Ophiotaros, please ignore me. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Myopsy Zeros, please. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Ira, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. I take it that Ascian's names are their roles in the convocation. Yeah. So, Emmet Selk wasn't always Emmet... Well, this Emmet Selk wasn't always Emmet Selk. Vana, this person right over here, in white, she was actually, Azam, which is, if you played through the Shadowbringers stuff, you know that, that your player character, the Warrior of Light, is the rebirth of Azam. And so, Vana was the Azam before the Azam that we're a reincarnation of, if that makes any sense. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Ira can handle them. He did survive a bout with Vana, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Well, shit. Alright. You're scaring me. Oh, fuck. That thing is gross. So I guess in this culture, just to explain it a little further, when you take up a seat in the convocation, the title becomes your name. Where are you? There we go. These are like the blood sands. Come on. Do your worst, bitch. Where is he? Fucking hell. Where is he? Is that a player character? No, that's a plant. Come on. Oh, I was pressing the wrong button, of course. Oof. Where the fuck is he? I fought a lot of monsters already. Fuck! Oh, there he is. Ira, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emet company. An important matter, and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise. But you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Yes, sir. Say less. I am getting the fuck out of here. This is a strange place. I do not belong. I do not want to be here. You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens, as well, I see, or should I say smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. As fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet who would recreate Amarot in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that is. Words without sound. Emet seems content to stay where he is. Hermes said he wouldn't be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Yes?
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
Yes, sir.
Final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
The Amarot with the 12-foot tall denizens? Actually, I am... so, these guys are actually also 12-foot tall. Ira just got boosted up in height to meet their limits. Believe it or not, that's a whole part of the story.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
That's fucking chilling.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteion. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Whoa!
It hurts, it hurts! It hurts! So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteion. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Fuck.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
This is high-key fucked. I do not like this. Bana? I've strained my senses to their limits but found nothing. You must calm your mind, that you might hear it, that you might feel her silent voice. Well... Suspicious disturbance. You calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. It seeps into my mind, our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Right there, okay. We have our heading. You strained to catch even the faintest whisper, but failed to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. I fucking knew that some bullshit would happen to her. Come on. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Please, don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. All right. God damn it. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Excuse me. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? While we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be, it cannot be! Drifts to the south. Fuck you. Come on. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Aetheris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Ira, you mustn't listen! Don't disappear again! Fuck! It's wrong, it's all wrong! Meteon's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of the situation? The Metea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we assess this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Metea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Alright, Hythlodaeus has a suggestion. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? How much how Emmett Selk solidified your presence when first we met you. Don't be absurd, I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden to me. Which is why we must all work together. I will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leth. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Ira and Emmett Selk will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmett Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Calm your mind. Listening. She must be elsewhere. Nothing this way, we try another route then. There it is. Calm your mind. Come on, this has gotta be it. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then. Where no one can find me. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Come on, come on, come on. Cool. Not here. I'm not here, please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? We will hear your report, good or bad. Ira, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Fuck you. Here we go. There, I see her! Excuse me. Well, obviously there's a cutscene here. Got an idea?
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Will do, Emmett Selk.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star.
So each star had intelligent life on it.
As follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected.
That's one.
Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question.
Whoa.
No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amerot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion.
Are there any more?
It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Hello.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
Oh fuck, we are hitting some heavy lag here. I'm gonna wait until we get back to good levels. Man, right as we're in the last hour. Come on. We're at 4,400 now. Come on. We're 4,300. Oh, 5,900? 5,600? We're almost back to where we're usually at. Nope, we're back to the 4,000s now. Come on. I did notice a hiccup in the stream, but thought nothing of it. Okay, if it's not that bad for your guys' end, I will continue. All else must wait. Okay. Alright, what now? Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Moving forward, caging the messenger. Hythlodaeus is pondering what to do next. Hermes is headed to Ktisis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him! No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteion is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard this star. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vana? Ira? 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteion is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteion is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts? To Ktisis Hyperborea we go! All right. All right. Tail end of this last half hour required of this 24-hour stream. Well, it's 25, but the first hour was spent waiting to get into the server, so that doesn't count. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Ktisis? Mistress Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Ktisis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Katisa scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything, and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. That said, has the big bad primal been made yet, or are you further back in the timeline? Further back. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our best fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You are fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once Azam, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emet-Selch, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Ira, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Fuck! Alright. The rest of this stream is probably going to be queue times and this dungeon. Alright. In this case... No... Ilsabard? Yeah, there we go. We'll spend the rest of our time doing the Ether Current quests in Ilsabard, Garlemald. I was once the jack of all trades, master of none. I suppose you must be the friend Rimmelno wanted to fetch. And we're just going to skip ahead a lot of this text here since we've already read it. Okay. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies. Which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you'll have your share of the ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So he says. What do you think? He seems trustworthy to me. Yes, I'd been leaning the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy to the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out. Less reason, in any case. Assisting us with use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything about the cerulean engines we've scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they were entirely useless, yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You are welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way you can ensure that I don't get up to anything suspect, and then vouch for me with your superiors. I have no objections. I trust you will sense anything amiss. Let us begin with a proper inspection, then. We can get to work as soon as you're ready, Ira. Blah. Oh, geez, 5 likes. Thanks, guys. Though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity, the purpose of this inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I would hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate it if you could be the one to lay hands on the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you, telling you what to look for. If we inspect, say, 3 of them, we should have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way! Appius is now accompanying you. Okay. There we go. How many of these do we need to find? 3? I see one over here. You could have done the dungeon with the Dumbo NPCs. I would rather not. You said the outskirts of town. Ah, there it is. Praise be your deft hands! I have an idea of what our next step ought to be, though perhaps it would be best to apprise Rymelno of our progress first. Rymelno? How are our engines? Alas, I fear that each of those we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. Surely you jest! I swear it on my integrity as an engineer. You are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of cerulean engines. You saw that little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. There were switches off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them burning out. Only to let them freeze solid instead ere your lot turned them on from From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. I noticed you have heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the engines to power them break, now will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist from Frozen Climes myself. What you say sounds plausible enough. Very well. On behalf of the camp, I formally ask you to repair the ceruleum engines. Everyone else is doing it. That's why wait times are unlucky. I suppose it means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own 2 hands this time. That's the spirit! I knew you'd come around! Okay. Two more for Garlemald. There's one in here. Just gonna go ahead and grab that mission up here. No, I meant sucky, not fucky. Oh, okay. A woman with startling blue hair is in search of her son who has disappeared without a trace. Excuse me, sir, have you seen a little boy with hair similar with a similar shade of mine? Hair a similar shade to mine. He's my son and I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment. He started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. Next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather, goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether. The streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you find him for me? Oh, you will? Bless your heart. If I know my son, he's probably tried to return to our house in the north of Platinum Novum. Try there first before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think. What with the color of his hair and all. You are tired. You keep misreading. Yes. Yes, I am. I am aware of this. If it ends up reaching 25 hours before the queue pops, I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna stop and come back another time. Is there a way inside this thing somehow? Okay, we'll make it up on that bridge then. We'll make it up there somehow. Oh, shit. Plan on making those biscuits tonight when I get home? Oh, that's cool. I'll definitely have some tonight. If I wake up tonight.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
I'll have to read those later. Come on. This is all very bright and colorful. I like it. Alright, moving forward. Suddenly very cold colors. I like it. What the fuck? I kept alt-tabbing. Berries indicate biome changes, which is nice. Yeah, I definitely agree. That's very nice. speedy. There we go. Come on. A tank clearly has done this one before. Yeah, I'm guessing. Or either that or has read up on it. Over here. Okay, I'm starting to see this mechanic. Gotta follow the footprints, and the last footprints hole that it goes to, he'll pop up out of, and then he'll jump out. Like that. There we go. All right. Alright, one by one, handing out my dots to all of these monsters. Alright, come on. This boss seems a lot more straightforward, or this dungeon seems a lot more straightforward than the first one for this expansion. Ugh. I'm like super focused, like hyper focusing on this dungeon right now. Just because I don't like, just in the state of mind that I'm in right now, I'm very tired. Makes it a little difficult to focus sometimes. So I gotta make sure I focus like super hard. Whoa, what the fuck? So this is the concept review room. Preparing to release his ether? Oh, okay. Oof. Still not the first dungeon. I think I'm almost just... Okay, shit, man. You'll get there eventually. You got this. Alright. Come on, we got this. Come on. Finish the quest where you split up and okay. Work keeps getting in the way. Yeah, no, dude, work sucks right now, man. Sorry you have to deal with that shit. All right. So far, so good. No aiming sets so far, which is unfortunate. All right, jump pad. Whee! Come on. Still in the super focus mode. Second last step to the final boss. Alright, is this the final boss here? Central Aerial Artifice. I would think so. Considering how much our main man is into the aviary area. No, he's into space. Well, no, like his spot in the his research like prowess is flight, like creatures that can fly. So sure, going into space is one thing that flight pertains to, but this guy, He just basically wants to make things that fly, regardless of how far, how fast. I mean, of course, he's always striving for, you know, new and improved and making things faster and stronger, but just as long as it's aviary, it's his interest. Here we go. Hermes, Winged Defiance. The name makes sense, though.
So, it comes to this.
So, I guess it does.
I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Pass, there we go. Stretch, okay. Just try to follow me when mechanic's happening. Okay, will do. Jadix, I will follow you. He's the FF14 version of the defective personality core from Portal. Space! Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall as rain!
Okay. So far, so good. It's not that hard. Damage is increased. Why?
Streams of ether, surge as one! Face my foe! Stars on high! Fall is rain! Streams of ether! Surge is one! Even when transformed, I am not finished yet.
Come on, there we go. First fucking try. This dude probably was the one behind Garuda. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Alright. Enhanced Troubadour. Cool. Scouting, pass. Thaumaturge arm, pass. Hey, I got 2 commendations. Cool. Alright, let's get this story done.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Have we changed history?
I am so sorry. With that, I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me,
just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice.
Damn, alright, that's fucking bleak as shit.
Beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hold sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Holy shit.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
This is essentially Joker's one bad day.
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish in star. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
The sundial?
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Amer of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events. Replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Amer and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteor. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
Are they going to be able to remember?
Process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world.
Damn, alright.
This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
All right.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Shit.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett-Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit
Damn!
beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azek.
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
All right. Well, that was a sight and a half for sure.
I'm fine. Just a little tired.
You sure?
Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember.
We remember.
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
What became of the others, I wonder?
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
Okay. I didn't know that was a possible thing.
Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Yes. Ma'am.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, Her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
She died, didn't she?
That's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amerot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the
Oh shit, I accidentally clicked.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
Like is not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again. Ah, okay.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Oh, how little you know. How meaningful this moment was.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Woo! Alright! Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He'll blame himself. He'll believe that. Had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Meteor would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Christ. Alrighty. Let us, return to Old Charlian and get into an in-room, so that way we can queue in much easier next time. But, I hope everybody here has a great rest of the day, rest of the week, rest of the month, rest of the year, and of course, a wonderfully great rest of your life. And thank you for tuning in and watching this 24-hour live stream. Woo! I am fucking exhausted. Well, With that being said, this is K-Sawk signing out. Bye, everybody.